sorry that this took a little bit longer to get started. This is my first time doing a live stream. So yeah, welcome. So today I'm going to be making a bunch of maps on, and you can't hear me. Sorry about that. Hopefully you'll be able to hear me now. I had the decibels all the way down, and I will be able to take this off very soon. Yeah, so hi, I'm Garrett. I do GIS for fun. I also do it for work, but today I'm going to be coming to you doing something fun. I like to make photo books. I like to take lots and lots of photos, especially when I go out and travel. Throughout the year, I enjoy to just take photos of lots of wildlife. I have a giant lens that I use to capture wildlife with. So really like to go out there. You might have seen a video that I've made previously on how to make a photo book using GIS. Going to be basically doing the same exact thing as in that video. So I have a bunch of wildlife photo books. I also have a travel photo book that I've made before. This one was for a trip in 2021 to Italy. And inside my photo books, I have maps, of course. Got to make everything with maps. Of just places that I've been, places where photos have been taken, and it really adds some extra context in photo books to where things have been captured. So, in the wildlife photo book video that I made before, I mentioned that I use the Stammen watercolor maps. However, as Stammen has also mentioned, they've actually gone kind of out of date. It's just that they only made the tiles once, and it's expensive to make tiles. It's a lot of computing power that you need to be able to make them. And, you know, nothing wrong with that. It's definitely expensive. It's also expensive to serve out the tiles. I also mentioned that they've started to charge to be able to actually use those services before, so I don't really have those things available to me anymore, so I need to make the maps by hand, basically. So, what am I going to do? Well, last year I went to Japan. It was a 3-week long vacation, and I took thousands of photos. And I picked about 1,000 photos as the actual selection of the photos that I want to possibly put into a photo book. Not all of my photos get picked. I go through and I say, oh, which ones are look the best, which ones I would really like to show off. And when I make one of the wildlife photo books, the largest one was the one featured in that video, where it is roughly, it's about 90 photos, and this is the largest photo book I've made so far. It was also fairly expensive as a photo book, and I haven't made my photo book yet this year, but you know, there's a lot of context in here, places where all the photos are taken, then on each page there's also information in a couple different languages. So we have the taxonomic name, we have the location where the photo is taken, we have the English name, and in this version I have the Dutch name. The audience for this book is also going to be English, Italian, and possibly also Dutch speakers. I live in the Netherlands. My spouse's family is Italian, and my family is American, so I would like to have these 3 languages. I would also like to put in also Japanese text to refer to things, just to have an example and also have this be very multilingual. So with all that, I guess let's get started. I'm going to be using a variety of software. I'm going to be using OpenStreetMap data. I'll be using ArcGIS Pro, QGIS. Be using Photoshop. We're going to imitate the whole watercolor style. And I have a bunch of new watercolor files I've made. I use these. I just paint on pieces of paper with watercolor, and then I'm going to bring these in as textures in Photoshop. We're going to do some magic to them to get them to look like geographic shapes. We'll make them look like they have hand-drawn edges. This is also copying the style from what Stammen has in their guide to how they made their watercolor. I do it a little bit differently. You can apply this on your own as well. I'm going to get started by opening up I have ArcGIS Pro open. Let's hope that this still works. Yep. So right now, I'm opening up a Jupyter notebook within Python. I need to connect another folder so we can do some other things. Ignore my silly drive names. And I'd actually already started with GeoPandas. However, we're not going to go further with that because I have the OSM shapefiles. It's a lot of data, so we're just going to ignore that for now. This is some code just to collect all of the OpenStreetMap shapefiles. We have a different context here, so I'm just going to come over here. We're going to change this path. Copy path. Paste. Does that work? Yes. So what this code is doing, it groups all of the different OSM shapefiles. I downloaded these from GeoFabric. So it groups all of them together. That way I can bring all the buildings together from all the different geographies. So I downloaded everything that's in the area of Japan, because I might have a map that is zoomed out all the way on the full country of Japan, which is a very large area, so I do need a lot more data. Which, actually realizing it, I do not have Russia in there. So, nope, we're not going to PDoc. GeoFabric, and Russia is, oh, yeah, it's there. And we're just going to get the Japanese side of things. South, nope, nope. Northwest, Far Eastern Federal District. Now we'll come back to this folder. We're in the GIS folder and the shape files. usually I use power line networking because I have a new house. I haven't run physical Ethernet up to my office yet, and downloading today because I direct connected for the live stream to the 2.5 gig network that I have downstairs. Downloads are so much faster today than normal. It's much better. Okay, so that has been extracted. Gonna move these files into the zips. Come back in here. Let's rerun that. And now I want to merge all of this data together. I'm gonna create a new for now, I'm going to create a file geodatabase, but I'm going to basically create the file geodatabase and then move everything from the file geodatabase over into a geo package so that it's easier to use when I move into QGIS. ArcGIS Pro has some weird things about using using a geo package natively, so better use the geodatabase. For Confluence Punct, this is ArcGIS Pro. They have Jupyter notebooks embedded in them now, but I also have a Windows subsystem for Linux running, and I also have a Jupyter notebook here, so I can do it in both places. I just created a new environment pretty quickly with UV, so I have GeoPandas and Shapely, Fiona, and all the other standard things already installed in that little virtual environment. ArcGIS Pro has its own behind virtual environment. But yeah, that's how that's done. So let's copy the path for the geodatabase. Also, if you've not started with Pathlib, it is amazing for managing Python paths. It's great for Windows and Linux. In the ArcGIS Pro, it is going to use the Windows path class under Pathlib, and if you use Windows Subsystem for Linux, it's going to use the Unix or POSIX path. So when I'm working on this browser-based one, I don't need to put the R in front of things because it's actually running in Windows Subsystems for Linux. I hope I am not putting anything out with that. I don't think my IP address was in there, but we'll see. Oh, I also made matcha for this live stream, as well as some green tea. And what we're going to do is some lazy geoprocessing. Merge input data sets. I'm just going to throw one in here, and then we're going to use the lovely copy as Python command that they have. Use buildings. We'll put this into our GIS. This is actually not that one that we want. We want the shape. Or is it? Japan Book OSM. That is actually the one that we want. And we'll put that path in there. ArcGIS Pro. There we go. I'm not going to run this I only have one thing in here, but I need to merge a ton of shape files. Let's see, do we have that? I see Siberia in there. Okay. In ArcGIS 3.3 and above, they have this amazing feature where you can click under Run. I'm currently using 3.5, where you can copy a Python command. Oh, you can't see that. I'm going to reveal that I don't have an activated copy of Windows on my computer, but copy Python command. It's down there when you click Run. So I'm going to copy that Python command, and then within the notebook I can just run this. Inputs. What I can do for OSM data type in group shapefiles.keys. Indent that a little bit more. Under my inputs, we're just going to take the lists of grouped shapefiles, OSM data type, and then we will take, because this is a path object, there's something amazing that we can do right here. I'm going to say, turn this into an F string. Groups. That's not working properly, so let's escape all of those. We're going to do group shapefiles, OSM data type, and then we're going to take the first value and we're going to take the stem, and that's going to be the output name, so that's how we're going to bring together all the latest OSM data. We're going to leave all these other options to be the default, and we will also, so that we can see the progress, we will print that same thing out. Oops. ArcPy hasn't caught up with everything. So ArcPy string x for x in grouped shapefile dot, yeah, those lists above. Let's try that again. So this is going to go through all of the different shapefiles that I downloaded from GeoFabric. It's going to take a few minutes. I really am just getting started with all of this, so we'll see how fast this takes. And then I can also start showing off some of the, well, let me show you what we're going to be going for. This is one of the watercolors that I created last year. This is quite a intense color. The Stammen watercolor is a bit more, subdued. I do like intense colors. It's also up to you, but we get to see the different textures within here. Also with the algorithm that we're going to be using to be able to imitate the effects of hand painting things, there will be these sorts of gaps Yeah, we're going to have a lot of good results. Another data set that we can use, also from OpenStreetMap, there's the OSM land and water. It's from the OpenStreetMap Deutschland. I can put the link in the chat for this data set. There's a couple different ways to download it. I prefer to download the shapefile where the large polygons are split. It just makes it easier for your computer to load the data. So let's download the land. And then they also have a water polygons one. So I'm going to download that in WGS 84. Large polygons are split. And I need to open this on a different window from my downloads folder. See what's inside. Okay, they already have their own folders while they're in there. Let's extract. We're going to extract here. They already have their own folders, so they will sort themselves. Back here, oh, we're still only on the first one. So while this is running, we can move on to. Luckily, ArcGIS Pro can do things in a multi-threaded sort of way. We may also break things. We'll see. Can I open a new map? Oh, no, I can't. Actually, we have to wait until this is done within ArcGIS Pro. I can show you some more photos from Japan. So there are a bunch of nice photos, or there's a ton of great photos that I have that I'm actually going to put into the photo book. I'm still deciding on how I want to organize all of this data. Let's see, let's turn off presenter console, disabled, and let's go like this. I'm still deciding on how I want to do this. In general, I'm going to do it by city. So we visited Tokyo. Then one of the days that we were in Tokyo, we went down to Omiya. We went to a town near Zushi. I think it was Mirahama. No, actually, I have a list of them. Kamakura, we went there to go to the beach. We went to Odawara to go see the castle one day. We got the Shinkansen down there. So started off in Tokyo. We were in Akihabara. Then we went up to Niigata. Took the train down on the coast to Kanazawa. Then we went through the center of the largest island to Kyoto. After that, we got the train down to Osaka. One day we took a day trip to Wakayama, and then we went back to Tokyo. Overall, a fun trip. Probably going to organize it like that, but there's also special things in here that I might want to have a special section of the book for. Could be by subsections within a city, so this is at a park in Ueno. This is in a park on the north side of Tokyo. When you go on the Yamanote line, just around. It's not a touristy area at all, but there's a lovely botanical garden out there. This is from Kamakura, one of the trains arriving. I like trains. I don't know if you've seen the rest of the videos on my channel. This is also in Tokyo. I think this is the castle in Odawara. This is by the big shrine in Tokyo. This was out in the middle of nowhere near Niigata. Love doing wildlife even out in the middle of nowhere. There were bears. There were bear warning signs also where this was. So I was a little scared about that. Everybody else had bells on though, and I made some noise, so wasn't going to have any problems. This is in Kanazawa. This is also in the garden that's across from that castle in Kanazawa. And then I also had some slides in there to show off what we were going to do. Large area with lots of buildings, so still waiting on that. So while we wait for that, what I can do is get started with some annotations. As I mentioned a little bit ago, I want to have the book be accessible in multiple languages. It's going to have Japanese, English, Dutch, and Italian. Where a spelling is the same, I'm just going to use I'm going to collapse it so that, for example, with Tokyo, the English and the Italian spellings are the same, but with Dutch, the spelling is just a little bit different, so I will just put Tokyo with the English and Italian spelling, and then one with the Dutch spelling. And I'm also using Wikipedia on purpose because it's really great with doing translations, especially for place names. This data is probably in the OSM data. However, my OSM server is PostGIS server is running quite well with nothing plugged in. So I'll get that back up and running sometime. There's also something else I want to do with the annotations. So unlike Latin script languages, Japanese, has 3 separate alphabets. There's the hiragana, which is used for Japanese-based words, katakana, which is for Western or foreign based words. There's in terms of the scripts that are used, and then there's the Chinese-like character scripts, kanji, where different things have different, or there's tons of different symbols. They also have their own pronunciations. So, for example, this is kanji for Tokyo, and then this is metropolis, or the translation of that. But down here also on Wikipedia we have the translations for these, or the different versions and the different types of scripts. So when you're in Japan, they have examples of what kanji will sound like, because there's hundreds of thousands of kanji, and not everybody knows every single kanji, so they will put helpers to be able to understand what specific kanji is. A great one, or a great example, is on the train signs. So at train stations, they have some very helpful signs to let you know what the next station is. So this is out in the middle of nowhere where that lizard was. Up here, this is all the kanji for Yashiroda. And then here is the hiragana that explains or helps you pronounce Yashiroda for these kanji. So I want to do that same sort of thing within the annotations. And we've moved on to land use in the ArcGIS Pro progress. So I'm going to do this in Photoshop because I might be bringing these things in as annotations to into ArcGIS Pro. If you have seen my post on LinkedIn or Mastodon recently, I had made a post with the island of Capri with elevation. I should show and not tell. So just a second. I went to Capri recently, this past July. Capri is an island in near Naples and Sorrento and the Amalfi Coast. It was super hot, but luckily they get a midday, or they have a sea breeze, so it's not as hot as the city of Napoli. But it is a beautiful island. So yes, I have this image. Annotations in GIS can be difficult. ArcGIS Pro or QGIS. What I did was I actually made the annotations in Photoshop, and then they're just big images. I georeferenced them, and then I used the tool raster to polygon, so that I could have polygon versions of these things, and then I could then stylize the text however I wanted. So it was just solid images. I will show you an example of one that we will make right now. It's just a transparent background. It's a PNG with transparent background and one color on the front. This could be black and white, up to you. I did it with transparent because it's easier to delete the background. Actually, the background doesn't even come in when you import it as an image. I'm just going to make these at a very high quality. So let's do 3000 by 2000. It's quite overkill, but fine with me. And just because the nature of this, I'm going to have to use Noto, because there's tons of different fonts. You don't always know if you're going to have different script support, so most fonts, as English speakers or people in Europe or the Americas, we use Latin scripts. Well, you know, there's tons of different languages, and not everything is going to be available in every single font. So I'm going to use Noto Sans so that I can have support for Japanese. So I'm going to put in Noto Sans, Japanese. I'm going to come in here, and I have actually enabled Japanese typing on my computer. However, is it going to work? That is annoying. Except not the right Japanese keyboard settings. I also have it over on my other computer. Well, we're gonna have to copy and paste. Oh. Also in ArcGIS Pro, we have a bunch of progress. And yeah, sometimes at GIS it does require you to do some copying and pasting, make your own new tables. So let's bring Wikipedia over here. It doesn't want to snap to the right side of the screen. Okay, so we're going to do Japanese. Kanji. We'll have it in the Kana version. I'm pretty sure all of these places will have names in, actually just in hiragana. As I mentioned before, the hiragana is used for Japanese things. It's the sort of alphabetized script. Alphabetized meaning that if you look here, this first line, this just means a, I, U, A, O, and then ka, ki, ku, ke, ko, and so on. So these have a set pronunciation. There are some ways to modify them. I don't know if we'll see that anywhere in here. But yeah, there's a couple modifications. The only one that doesn't always sound like the way it's written is the ha. When it's written, sometimes it's also pronounced wa. But that's more of a conversational thing that we're not going to be doing. English, Dutch, and Italian. I am also going to leave out the different designations that Tokyo, or all the different cities, have on Wikipedia. So if you notice, I'm only copying from here. I'm not copying the last character here. This part designates this as metropolis. If we look at the other cities, there's this character, shi, Kanazawa-shi, Kyoto-shi, Osaka-shi, Wakayama-shi, Odawara-shi. It's just saying that it's a city. I don't need that. I actually don't want to represent that on my map. You can if you want to. Let's see if my Japanese is now working. No, it is not. I can come over here, and I think I can actually type. No. Okay. I have definitely used the Japanese on my laptop that I have over here on the side that I'm using to monitor the stream. I have definitely used this setting before. In college, I actually took Japanese. There were a bunch of different languages offered at my university. It's just that Japanese was the only one that fit into my schedule the first semester. So I took that. Me and this other girl were the only two in the class that took the class, not because we were into like anime and manga, so we were kind of sticking out within that class in terms of why we were taking it. I did like Japanese culture then. It's not that it was like, oh, I'm just taking this because it fits into my schedule. No, I did like the culture, just not really that much into anime or manga. And I do know that this hiragana is the pronunciation of those two. And as I said a couple minutes ago, there are some modifications. If we look here, this yo symbol is a modification of the key hiragana. So because this one is just a little bit smaller, it's modifying this key. So instead of the Romanji being Tokyo, that little one is actually making it be Tokyo like that. You might also be able to represent it as like Tokyo. But I'm sure there's different ways of representing the Romanji. Romanji is the way of writing in Latin script Japanese. I'm going to simplify this. I want the city name to be the largest. I want the Japanese city name to be the largest. Then I want to add in the hiragana just underneath that. Put it into the same file, or into the same element. To make this a little bit smaller. Line that up underneath there. And then we're going to use Noto, the Latin script Noto, because then the styles will at least match up. Noto sounds. I'm going to add it in a symbol here, or just a little dot to separate things. If you've never used it before, there's a glyph inserting tool here in Photoshop. Oh, and it's on Myriad Pro for some reason. I want Noto Sans. They don't have the dot symbol in here. Well, here we are in symbols. How's that look? Okay, well, we are going to use that dot. They do not have the other solid dot that I wanted to use. I'm going to take all these, select everything, move this to the center of the page. I'm going to make the kanji a bit bigger. I'm going to enforce that this is all in Noto Sans because I'm really annoyed that it's not doing that. Oh, it's that one that's the problem. Okay, Noto Sans JP. Put it in regular, yeah. I have also seen on Japanese signs, as a bit of a help, they do put the parentheses around there. I'm not going to do that for now. And that looks good. I'm going to save this. Gonna put that in annotations and labels. We'll say Tokyo. It will probably come to bite me a bit later. I should actually probably have these as separate files for each style, but we'll see. Niigata is the same in Dutch and Italian. Makes sense, it's not a very big city. I think on our trip we had our best sushi plate there. While we were there, we went to the sushi place at the top of a shopping mall by the station, and we told the chef, make us whatever you think is good. And yeah, it was probably the best. That's Chinese, Americas. Let's see, Asia, Nihongo. Niigata, yeah, and then this character she. So I'm gonna copy that, put that there. Kanazawa, Have they given us the hiragana on this page? Doesn't look like it. Kanazawa-shi. Kanazawa. Netherlands is hetzelfde. Italiano. Same. Kyoto. And I think Dutch is gonna be K-I... Nope, it is K-Y-O-T-O as well. Italian, the same. And here we go. Kyoto-shi, again, avoiding the last. Osaka. The same, and probably the same. Yep. Wakayama. Odawara. When I was in Odawara, I don't know if you've ever watched, there's a game show on Nebula called Jet Lag the Game. It's also available on YouTube. They've played a couple of games in Japan, and they played tag across Japan, and they went to Odawara, and there was a really suspenseful scene in the there's a ninja museum right next to the castle in Odawara, and so I had to go in there. It's a very good web series if you want something to watch. This most recent season they went to South Korea, and they played the old Nokia cell phone game Snake. And Kamakura. Kamakura. Oops. Went to the Indonesian version. At work, I've been working on a project in where we have a multilingual survey that's across the entire globe. Working on that with Survey 123. So I have had Wikipedia open with a lot of different languages to get the correct names for things and translations. Besides also having a native speaker who has been helping us consult and actually doing all this. This should be done. Yep. It has brought everything into my map over here. We're not going to use everything. I don't think we're actually going to use any points. while we're waiting for things to process, we will go back to making labels. So if you've just joined, this may be a little bit of whiplash, but I was merging together all of the different different data types in OSM into a single data set, and then waiting for that to merge together. Japan is quite a large country. It extends a very large area, so when I make an overview map, I want to have also the other context around it. So need to have North Korea, South Korea, China, and Russia. I've also gotten the American Oceania because Guam is also pretty close by here, and I also have the Taiwan data. And this is a lot of data. I really should have gotten my PostGIS server with OSM data back up and running. So what I'm going to get rid of, I know I'm definitely not going to use the transport points. So I'm going to remove that. I'm not going to use the traffic points. I don't think I'm going to use any of the points. I will leave the places in my layer list. I'm going to remove the natural. The places, it's a lot of like I was just making that that table in the LibreOffice spreadsheets. These are like city names or the different regions of the city. So if I come in here and I turn on labeling, label that, we'll make this bold and quite a bit larger. Like this one right here, that's Tokyo, and then the word for metropolis, like we just saw. So this can be helpful. If we look in here, though, it doesn't have the full OSM dataset. This is the extract from GeoFabric or GeoFabric. It's German, so it's probably Fabrik, because that would be factory. If it's like the word Fabrik in Dutch. But that's neither here nor there. I'm going to leave that in here. Might not use it. We're not going to use the transport polygons either. Not going to use the traffic polygons. Points of interest, I do see that the Imperial Palace here is in the same color as that, so I'm going to leave that in there. I wouldn't normally leave that in. If I remove the places of worship, I'm going to remove that. Actually, however, should have done that, because the places of worship, if we look, if I bring this to the top, there is a temple over here. I believe this is the National Congress, the Diet. And then behind that there should be a sort of shrine, but I don't see anything over here that matches this color scheme, so I don't think that the places of worship is actually going to be of interest for the maps that I want to make. Buildings is all the way at there at the bottom. Yeah, that is definitely the diet. So from here, it's a big, huge mess. If you look at the Stammen maps, their example of how to do their watercolor styling, they just collapse everything down into a couple different OSM data classes, and then each of those gets rendered as an individual color. Then they apply their watercolor styling to each of those individual, or they extract it from that one image file, they apply the styling, and then they render out a single individual tile. I'm not going to be doing that. Like layers, we are going to be rendering alpha masks for each and every single one of these different layers, and then we will process those down into where we'll use those in Photoshop to take an image of watercolor drawings like I've shown before, where we'll apply the alpha mask from the map to cut out and extract from here so that we can stylize it as a watercolor. So from here, we need to start chipping away at how we want to stylize everything. Sorry about that. My my keyboard slid across my tabletop and it made that loud squeak. So let's do first things first. I'm going to save my project because ArcGIS Pro loves to crash. Well, everything loves to crash. We're going to insert a new map. And let's just start with land and water. So, as I mentioned before, I downloaded the land and water polygons. Going to import this. No, actually, this is not how we're going to do this. We're going to use one map, and then we're going to take advantage of the new feature in ArcGIS Pro where you can export based on different layers. So if you've ever made a series of maps in ArcGIS Pro before, there's this thing called data-driven pages, although that might be the ArcMap name. I think in ArcGIS Pro they changed the name. Anyways, there's a way that you can like automate making atlases, and before it would use geographic features in order to generate the different pages. Well, now they have it so that you can have different layers driving that data-driven page setup. So we need to start separating all of these things out. So let's start with water. I'm going to get rid of the background layers. I'm going to bring in the land polygons. Going to bring in the water polygons. And because what we're going to be doing in Photoshop is masking, this is going to look really weird. It's going to look really boring, but it does have a purpose, because what we're going to do is make black and white maps. A bunch of black and white maps. So on my map, let's say data sources. Background color, I'm going to make that to be black. Then on top of this, we will start to get these things organized together. So just for example, let's turn off all of these other layers. So now we just have land. If we zoom out, we can see that we have all of the global land. This is one of the best data sets from OpenStreetMap. It is so helpful, especially when you want to make a base map. Having this land data set is really helpful just as a basic starting point. And how this is going to work, we're going to stylize this. No borders, no outlines, just a black and white map. So we'll call this base land, and that's going to be on the bottom. In terms of how I think about ordering my my images, they are like layers. When you learn about doing GIS, it's a stack of layers. They are rendered in a different order. So for this one, land is on the bottom, water is just above that, and then it's up to you to decide for like the green space, do you want to have the grass green space on top, or do you want to have the trees green space on top? Do you want to have the buildings up here? Do you want to have the commercial areas? Where do you want to put it in those different layering sorts of orders? So there's that. Just above the land, we are going to have water. So we have the water polygons, like I just had. We're going to change this symbology to be white as well. If we put the land and the water together, that's just all white. That's not how it's actually going to be finally rendered, but this is the starting point. So water, going to bring this down. I'm going to group this up with the other water, OSM water features. So these are polygon water features. This is going to go above the global water data set. This also needs to be rendered as white, so that way it blends together with the ocean water. And then also there's the waterways lines, and I'm going to put that on the bottom underneath the water polygons. Let's turn that on. We're going to make that white as well. I think there's too much detail with the water lines. I will probably, in most cases, have that turned off, but when we zoom in, it can be helpful because there's a lot of canals and everything in the middle of Tokyo. This could be helpful for getting some context on where we are. So here's the Imperial Palace. Then there's these two separate waterways that go into this larger canal and then drain out into the bay. This is mostly how we want to have this rendered. So I will take these three different types of water and I'm going to group these together. Group. And then I can also collapse that. so it's not in our way. Let's start to also explore the different data that's within here, because there's some things that I'm probably not going to render depending on how zoomed in we are. Let me add a new map so that we can just have a reference. Let's set the base map to the standard OpenStreetMap. Which should be in here. Oh, there we go. Coming over here. Depending on how I want the rendering in the end, there's like a lot of different little things that we may want to show. I can also add this in here and let's put that at 50. So like this little pond, it might be helpful, but when I'm zoomed out like this, it's just might get in the way. So might want to do something about that. Let's click on one of these. I should have probably also converted these to the local UTM zone or a Japanese national grid, so that I would have better better sizes than this, because this is in decimal degrees, so it's not a great value. Well, we can look at that a bit later. So let's move on to the next one. There's tons of different land uses. If I come in here, let's look at the attribute table. There's cemeteries, there's parks, there's recreational grounds, industrial, forest. Yeah, lots of different land use types. It's great that OpenStreetMap has gotten these all digitized. I'm going to use a couple of these. I'm also going to collapse some of these down because a lot of them can be also the same thing. So under symbology, we're going to use unique values with the F class as the field name. It's going to generate a list of unique values from everything within the data set. And we're going to start getting rid of things. I don't want to depict cemeteries. I might want to depict commercial land. I did that on the Denbos one, but also here in Engelen, which is a place near Denbos, so that's all commercial terrain. I don't necessarily know that I want to depict that here, but it is certainly something I might want to. Farmland and farmyard, we're going to collapse those together. So a neat thing that is sometimes hidden within ArcGIS Pro, you can right click, or you can select two items and then you can group values so that you can just edit their symbology. So I can go ahead and say that let's just make that the what that it needs to be. And that's interesting. I did not realize that there was this much farmland within central Tokyo. There's no name for it, but yeah, that's an interesting thing to see. I like to group together grass and meadow. I'm going to group in also the vineyard and orchard in with the farmland. Actually, no, I'm going to group that in orchard, vineyard, and forest together because a lot of trees. Let's group those together. Health, not going to depict that. Industrial and commercial, we'll keep industrial separate. I don't think actually we want to depict commercial. It's industrial that's that I might want to have as a separate one depicted as gray. Military, that can go with industrial. Nature reserve, that can go together with park. I'm also going to put scrub in with the orchard, vineyard, and forest. I'm going to remove retail and residential. Recreation I'm going to remove that because it's more like basketball courts and those sorts of things. So not really what I want. Quarry, also going to remove that. No all other values. So then from here, going to stylize everything as white, because again, we are making masks that we will apply to images of watercolored pieces of paper. And there's probably a tool in ArcGIS Pro to actually copy the styling, or maybe not. It is ArcGIS Pro. I think QGIS has that. This is also not going to be a book for sale. You're just going to be seeing me make it. You can make your own book if you want to. So if you're wondering if I'm violating my GIS license, my ArcGIS Pro license, I'm not. I have the GIS for personal use. I'm doing this as a personal project. It's just going to go to, I'll give a copy to my parents, I'll give a copy to my sister, copy to my in-laws, and possibly some of my friends here in the Netherlands. So it's not something for sale. There is a book that I might make for sale at some point, which is black and white photos from around a street in Rotterdam called Black, and there's also a nice tower over there called the Witte House, and yeah, I have a bunch of black and white photos from there from during the pandemic when everything was quite empty. Quite proud of this one, and it's not something more personal like the other photo books that I make. And if I did want to make the Japanese book for sale, I would just do all these same sort of things except in QGIS. The only reason why I'm not is because I just don't have that much experience with QGIS. I do use it to manage like my cycling data, and just other little GIS projects. It's great to work with PostGIS, but right now just not enough to be able to make these sorts of maps easily as I would with ArcGIS Pro, where I have the most experience. Gonna get rid of all other values there. Change the name to land uses. Natural areas in the OSM datasets can be a little confusing. I think the only one in here that I'm going to use is beach. Glacier could be an option. Let's get all of those unique values. Beach, cliff, glacier, peak, spring, volcano. These are very hard to actually depict. Gonna get rid of cave entrance, cliff, peak, and spring, and volcano. Glacier could be cool. There might be... I don't think there's many glaciers in Japan. I'm not certain, but these will be the only two that we would possibly depict. So I'll keep these two in here. I remember this being a little weird with the other maps before. I did have some beaches depicted, so it can be a bit hard to tell, but this orange right here is a little bit different from the rest of the land orange. But yeah, this is beach right here. So now I'll have beach on here. There is also, we went to Kamakura, which is also beach, and I believe that is Kamakura. Yeah, so this is where we went to the beach, and I didn't stick my toes in the Pacific Ocean. Kind of regret that, but I also don't like to get wet without good towel infrastructure around me. So there's that. Places. These are going to be the different regions of the city. I'm going to get rid of that one. Don't want to depict things like that. Okay, change the name of that to natural land use. Points of interest. Oh, that could be lots of things. So we have like the Imperial Garden here. Oh, I mentioned this before. Maybe we will keep this because the Imperial Garden is right in the center. It has its own coloring. If we look at other ways, this is depicted. So what is this? This is forest. So I could have the Imperial Garden or places of interest as a separate color. It might be interesting. It might not. All the land use there. Well, this section is fully covered. It just says park. I don't think I'm going to have this. I will leave it on my screen, but I don't think I'm actually going to use that. And then there's the buildings. This takes up a lot of tiny little details, and it will not be depicted at low level scales. And it's so long ago that I've done my GIS training, I forget what is large scale and low scale, or small scale. That is bad. So at this zoomed in scale, we will have the buildings depicted, but at the zoomed out scale, we will not. But this is fairly easy. If I could figure out in ArcGIS Pro how to make it so that depending on the size of the data set, so like for this seeming stadium, I could have a shape area cut off. If there was a way to do that, that would be very interesting. But also with the values being in decimal degrees, it's also not helpful. It's not easy to decipher. So I really should have changed this to a local coordinate system. But yeah, buildings I don't stylize in any other way. So how they are done, where everything is just white, it'll all get depicted um, the same way. So here's Rotterdam. These in orange, the deeper orange, that is. There's no difference in any of those buildings. Also with this one, you can see the train tracks are on top of the building. That's not actually how that is. There's a whole thing above, or this section is all above the train tracks. This is just simple GIS layer ordering. There are a couple things that I need to do here because there are, I think, in the buildings layer, if we look in the attribute table, is there an underground? No. I think with roads and railways, they have a tunnel feature. So that's not there in the buildings. That's a little disappointing. So there may be some buildings here that are actually underground, and I don't really have a way to work with that. I did download all the PDF files. So here in QGIS, if I come to where my photos are, come in here, if I bring in the polygons here, there will be probably some information on if something is above ground or below ground. I do see that I am an hour and a half into this stream. I've also had 2 large things of tea. So I will be right back in just a few minutes. Please enjoy some video from that I took in Japan. And I'll be back 2 or 3 minutes. And I also lost my internet connection. So, well, all kinds of screwing up. Yes, my sound has been off. I've been going through like how I store my photos. I store my photos in Adobe Lightroom. There's a bunch of different. It kind of has a map tool enabled with it. I geotag all of my photos. I was just talking about the different coordinate systems. So I was just saying Japan has a bunch of different coordinate zones, kind of like how the state plane system works in the U.S. I was just saying, since I moved out of the U.S., I haven't kept up with the updates to the updates to the U.S. state plane systems. I know they're doing a lot with that. Since Japan has all these zones, they're probably broken up. Let's actually read about the Japanese coordinate system. This looks to be from the Japanese Survey Institute. They have a bunch of different grids, it looks like. But I don't see something like the European conical, so I think the best option will be to use the UTM zone. The easiest way to figure out the UTM zone, at the bottom of ArcGIS Pro, there's this coordinate viewer, and I can look at UTMs. So I see zone 54S. This is not 54 South. This is the north-south S. Not that. So within the UTM system, there's A to probably Z, or there's A to a letter, and it's the different ways to break up the world. S is one of those smaller boxes. Then there's, but that's not what the way we use it in GIS. We use north and south. We're north of the equator, so this S is north of the equator. It's always confusing. So let's come in here. That's probably why I have 54 north in my favorites. So we can change it to look like that. If we zoom out, this looks more like how I would think of Japan. It's going to start getting weirder around the edges because it's a transverse Mercator projection. But yeah, this looks good for Tokyo. So we're going to apply the same exact coordinate system here. So it's done transformation on the fly. And close all these things. We're going to turn this off. And now we're going to go through all of our... Oh, actually, we never finished going through all the different data types. We got to buildings, and then I, for some reason, stopped. But we still have roadways and railways. So let's do railways. A lot of train systems. I love the trains in Tokyo. I wish I could just ride the Yamanote line, going around seeing all the different towns and or all the different areas and everything. Under the symbology, you need to come in here. Unique values. We're going to change that to F class again. I don't think there's any funiculars. Miniature railway, probably not. There is a monorail. I believe it is down here somewhere. I remember it was near my last hotel before leaving, but I never did actually ride it. I'm just going to have to go back. We're going to put funicular and rack together, but I don't think we're going to have any of those. Subway or light rail. Are we using that? Yes, we are. And what about subway? Okay. So subway is going to be important. Tram is a little important. But we also need to add a field here. As I said before, we need to have tunnel as a second option here. However, maybe to make this easier, I'm going to remove tunnel for now. We're going to put funicular and rack railways together. While the monorail is cool, I'm going to actually put it together with the tram. And I think the light rail. So let's group those together. Rail and subway will be a little different. I'm going to remove miniature railway. There's probably some out there, but oh yeah, there's quite a few. I don't think it's going to be interesting enough to get into one of these maps. Now rail and narrow gauge. There are a lot of places that use the narrow gauge. There's some stuff up here. Let's look at OpenStreetMap. Where is this? Toyama. I'm not really going to have a map up there. You got nothing really. Osaka. Oh, that's Nagoya. Didn't go to Nagoya. Osaka. Oh, there's some stuff up there as well in Kyoto. I'm going to remove narrow gauge. And again, like I did before, everything is going to become, we're going to make everything white. And I need to add in the tunnels. And I'll show you how I'm going to depict the tunnels, because I've done this before, especially with the Rotterdam. It is hard to see, but there's a metro system in Rotterdam, and you can see that there's these dashed lines. So they're underneath everything else. So if it's something as a tunnel, it's going to be on the very bottom. I have the train lines up here, and then the these are tram lines out front, and then there's the metro system, which comes out here. So it comes from Stadhuis, Rotterdam Centraal, and then goes up to Blijdorp. And I'm also going to increase the size of the rails. And then the last one, the roads. Let's do that with unique values. F-class. I've done it again. We need to do the tunnels with the railways. Railways. Add field. Actually, if it's a tunnel, I might just remove it. Because it does... There's a lot of stuff in Tokyo. It's probably actually going to make the map really crowded, which would then get rid of all the subways. No, I want to see the subways. So railways, add fields. This is probably going to remove or destroy my styling that I already have. It also got rid of all those things I said I wanted to get rid of. Narrow gauge, miniature railway, remove those. Light rail, monorail, and tram go together. Nope. Okay, funicular and above ground, rack above ground go together. Funicular and rack railways underground go together. Let's do some labeling to take care of this because that is very difficult to keep track of. Funicular above, funicular under, light rail above, monorail above, and tram above, grouped together. Light above, light rail, monorail, and tram underground, grouped together. Light below, rail above, rail below, sub above, sub below. This is going to be white. Apply. And again, the styling here is different. If you didn't watch earlier, the styling with this is a bit different because what I'm going to be doing is making masks, and these masks are going to go on top of. I'm going to apply them in Photoshop to these images of watercolor. I scanned these. We're going to apply these masks to these watercolor images, and then that will be used to put together the map in Photoshop. It's not that these individual things will be going together. In ArcGIS Pro, stylized how this should be, or stylized like how you would normally make a map in ArcGIS Pro or QGIS. So in here, we need to come in here, we need to have a dash effect, and we will do like that. Let's do 5 and then 10, maybe 10 and 10. Light rail, solid white line, light rail underground, solid white line. We'll do the dash 5 and 5. Rail above ground, we're going to make it white. 2. Rail below, and make it that a thickness of 2, go like that. And we're going to do 10 and 10. I think. Yeah, I think that looks good for now. I'm going to make an initial version here soon, and then later on I might make some more tweaks to improve this. I know it's been 2 hours. I also had 15 minutes with no audio. So I'll get to making the final map, I think, quite soon. So you'll be able to see the process. This is underground, white, 5, and then we'll make this a bit sparser, and 10. And just a sanity check, this is Tokyo, this is Kanda, and then Akihabara. So there's also a metro that I took there, and that is underground. It comes up here. Yeah. Okay. So yes, what's underground is underground, what's above ground is above ground, and depicted correctly because these are above ground. For roads, there's so many different classes. First things first, track all gets put together. I think I'm going to, group together unclassified and unknown. Trunk and motorways will be put together. Let's see, trunk and motorway, yeah. Let's turn this on. I always like this colorful look. When I was a kid, my dad had an electrical PCB design software that I just thought was so cool to look at, and it had like all those bright colors on our IBM machine. So I always am reminded of that when I am looking at this. Pedestrian, living street, cycleway, path, and steps I'm going to put together. Residential will be its own thing. Service road, tertiary, and secondary I'm going to put together. And I might add the primary. Oh, footway also needs to go in there. Busway will go in with the service road. By the way, you know what? I always remove this. It's going away. There will be no bridling on my map. A lot of these will also not be depicted because, well, there's just way too many of them. Primary and primary link get grouped together. Let's turn off residential and leave footways. Busways? Wow, there's a lot of roads in there. Tertiary. I think I messed up. I'm going to ungroup these values. The busway and service will get linked together. Tertiary and secondary will get grouped together. I usually don't put the busways and stuff on there, but it might be a separate thing. It might go together with everything else. With roads, you really just have to play with it because there's so many. turn on our stylized OpenStreetMap. This fairly main street is unclassified. That is interesting to see. All these footways and bicycle lanes are also mapped. Wow. Tokyo's got a lot going on. Primary and trunk. Okay, so now we need to add some sizing to these things and also to apply the white styling. Don't really, like, these are just service roads that go throughout the Imperial Gardens right there. What else do we have in here? We have these footways that go through there. These will also go like that. 0.25. Is that too thin? Oh. This is something really annoying, and since moving to the Netherlands, I'm so used to, as an American, typing 0.25. However, that's not how you do decimal separation here. So I need to do 0.25 to be able to do a quarter of a point. So that is difficult to get used to. Oh wow. Look at how much they've mapped Tokyo Station. If this was in 3D, that would be amazing. There's going to be so much going on. Let's look at this tunnel. We're going to go to definition query. And we're just going to say tunnel is equal to true. Or no, tunnel is equal to false. That way we don't have any underground pathways or roadways or anything. Which is going to make some roads look disconnected. I could adjust this query so that it would be only for certain ones. I could copy the layer and then do that. But for now, this is how it's going to be. Tertiary, I'm going to make that just the basic white symbology. Primary, now this is where we're going to start increasing the size of the line. We're going to do 1,25. Residential, let's make that smaller. We're going to make that 0.75. Track and primary, we're going to make that almost, we'll make that 1.75. Actually, we're going to turn track off. I don't think we want that. I was thinking of trunk and motorway. And then unclassified, that's also just going to be similar as the residential. So yeah, we have all of our different data types. This is not all going to get rendered like this, so I'm going to have to turn layers on and off. If you look at one of the other maps that I've made, let's go with Zeltbommel this time. this large pink one here is a motorway. So going south from here is Den Bosch or Sertogenbos. It's a town that starts with an apostrophe. Going north from here is Utrecht. But yeah, I had this pink color, and it's thicker for the largest road, and then these other inner roads have some different color styling. These are some bike paths that are in this slightly off color pink, but most of the roadways are in pink. And then this here is a train line. But as you can see here, also not every single road has actually been turned on. There's probably actually a big problem right here with this map, because a road got turned off that comes from here, Main and Zaltbommel, and then comes out here along this dike. It goes under the highway, and then under the railway, and then comes all the way up that way. So that's probably bad styling on this specific map's rendering. So next thing, we want to, or I want to have it so that the extent is set. So we're going to come up with a new layout. I live in Europe. I'm going to use ISO paper sizes. If you're watching this from the US or Canada or someplace that uses the imperial page, I don't even know if it's imperial page sizes. If you use letter, legal, and tabloid, the A paper sizes are amazing. It's a weird thing to have a favorite about, but it's a very cool thing that happens. So and it makes like graphic design so much easier. This is an A4 page size. If I fold this in half, which I have A5 paper actually, A5 paper is the exact same ratio as the A4 paper. So if you're a graphic designer, you're making maps, you could reasonably make like an A4 size map and then scale it up or down to the next A sizes. So you could make an A5 size map and an A3 size map from the same A4 size map, and it will scale and fit the proportions. If you do that with letter, like if you want to have half a page of letter, the proportions are not the same, and it's really annoying because you're going to have so much extra white space, or extra borders or whatever around it, whereas if you use an A paper size, you can just do that and it works. It's amazing. What is this stream? So let's make an A4 page size. I need to do the same thing that I just did in the with the map layout, where I have the black background. The styling is going to come through, so let's add in our map frame, the data sources. We're just going to make this the whole page size. And now let's select our area. So I'm going to take the photos to help decide how big I want to make the Tokyo map be. We're going to paste that in so we can see. Okay, so all my photos are in these areas. We have that botanical garden up at the north end. Actually, that wasn't the botanical garden. That was an earthquake simulation center. That was pretty cool. We didn't go in, but they had some cool things outside. We have a Saxa here on the east side. We have Shinjuku and Shibuya over here on the west side, and then down here, oh, I forget the name of it, but yeah, this was the southern area that we went to. So for this, come in here, we're going to activate it, and then we're going to fit everything generally in here. I want to leave a bunch of extra space on the sides because I'm also going to crop this again later. Not all of this image will be used. By definition of how this process is going to work, the outer 5 to 10 pixels will have to be cropped just the way that this process works. Turn off the photo points, we don't need that anymore. We're going to go to layout, close the activation. We need to have it so that we don't change the way that the geographic extent of this map anymore. So from here, let's edit this. Whenever you add a layout, it's going to add a border. So let's get rid of that border. I want edge to edge map. Excellent. Let's change the name of this. Changing the name here will also make this a lot easier. Let's say Tokyo entire Tokyo visit extent. We have the entirety of Tokyo. Now let's start exporting the different data that we want to export. So I'm going to come back here to the roads. We already have it activated. And we're going to go through the different data sets. We're going to get rid of the busways. Well, let's start from what we absolutely don't want. We don't want any footways, just too much data. The unclassified and unknown, too much of it. Yeah, there's a lot of little streets. Maybe I will make it smaller. Residential, go away. Busways and service roads, we're going to get rid of. This is pretty busy, but I think this might be a good starting point, especially for the roads. Let's see if we turn off the primary and the tertiary and secondary. Well, I think we can have this all together. So, this is going to be the first mask. So, we go to Share, Export Layout. We're going to use PNG. PNG is, I think, the best option. It's going to be a compressed file. It will have... It will also... The rendering is uncompressed, unlike JPEG, so you're not going to have the 8x8 squares that you're going to be able to tell where everything is. So we'll use PNG. Interesting to see that there's a transparent background. That might actually help, because Photoshop is annoying as well. So I'm going to come up here to map frame. Nope, I'm going to come to my layout. Oh, where did I just change that to be black? Map frame. Didn't I just do that there? Or did I bring it in with transparent? Okay, well, I can't figure out what I've done. So I guess we're going to have to do it like this. So by changing the layout name to being what it was, what I can now do is come over here, and then we're going to put on the data type that this is. So what I have, entire Tokyo visit extent, and we'll put on primary roads. We're going to up the DPI to 600. We're just going to have it be the highest quality. I can then resize later. And yeah, export. Because this is all vector data, it doesn't have any sort of imagery layer or anything. We're not going to have the problem when you export a map and then the like your imagery layer is rendered at a different scale than you want it to be. Then with the railways, we're going to do something similar. Let's go to symbology. We can turn things on and off. I think I might want to make the mainline railways be a different color from the rest of the different types of train systems. So I'm going to export just the rail. So I'm going to turn everything except rail off. Then I'm going to come back here to export using the same settings that I just did. We're going to say rail. Everything else is the same. Export. It's creating the file. Then we go back to symbology, turn off those two rail. Then we turn back on subway, light rail, the funicular. Come back here to export. Light rail. Just something for you to know which layer it is. You should also standardize these things. When I made my 2023 wildlife photo book, I had standardized all the names for them, and then I used Python to help with the automation of stacking everything, because everything would go in the same order. But I would export all of these different masks, and then I would have the standardized names on them to have Python do some of the work. So there's the railways. Next up, let's do the buildings. We're not going to do the buildings. There's way too many buildings in Tokyo. This is just going to show up as an orange mess. It'll look really bad. Natural land use. There's only little beaches down there. I believe that's beach. So we're going to skip that one. Under our land uses, let's come to symbology. What kind of farms do we have? We have a few farms, not that many. Let's ignore it. Grass and meadow, actually quite a lot. So let's export let's export the grass. Do not export grass to Tokyo or Japan. That is a very big no-no. Export complete. Now industrial and military. Export. Industrial. Export. Nature reserve. Oh wow, there's a lot of that. We might not use this layer. We'll see. Export. park. Hopefully this doesn't get confused as anything Korean. Scrub. We're gonna name this one Forest. Then we have our water. It's taking a second to load. There's so much data. Export the water. And last but not least, our base land. Oh, no, don't want to overwrite the water. We're not going back and forth between the symbology here because we're going to treat all water as water. So now, if I come over to my ArcGIS Pro folder, I see that I have all of those files that I just exported. So here's the forest, here's the grass, here's the industrial, here's the land, light rail, park, primary roads, rail, and water. Now it's time to go into Photoshop. That is Lightroom. We don't need Lightroom anymore. Let's save some RAM. I have this saved already as a Photoshop document. I'm gonna close that, and now let's do our first watercolor. So what we actually need to do is actually process our watercolor images. So I have all of these watercolor scans. It's not all of the scans I've made. It is a selection of the different watercolors that I have scanned. After the first round last year of making these sorts of watercolor photo maps, or watercolor maps for my photo books, whole pages like this, where it's just a solid and darker color, it has better results. It also lets us do a couple other things that might not be straightforward. These other ones that I had made where I have a little bit of color in them, but they're not the full page, they're not as useful. They don't have as good results, and still doesn't let us do the trick that I want to do. So if you've already watched my video from last year, you might already know the trick. What we are going to do is we are going to select one of these. So bottom to top, let's do land. So I'm going to drag this watercolor raw in here, and we're going to turn off that. And let's crop this, clear that, and we're going to crop this to the extent of what I have painted. Just maximize that a bit. So now we have this. This is a multi-step process. It'll be kind of annoying. We're going to save this as land, and then we will say raw. Then I'm going to close the land raw. I'm going to create a new file, which is going to be, we need to figure out how big our map pages were. I'm going to come to ArcGIS Pro. A nice thing about ArcGIS Pro, if you hover over one of your folders in the folder explorer, you can click on the path and then it'll open a new file explorer for you. I'm a little all over the place, so need to get my folder explorer back in line. But let's take a look at our sizes. The pixel dimensions 4961 by 7016. So let's do an 8192 square, which may be too big, but we will find out. So we have this, turn that off. In here in the watercolor, I have the land raw. I can drag this back in here. That is probably going to be too big. I should probably downsize the other images, but for now, $90. And then let's scale this up. This is a weird trick. It's not really a trick, it's just cheating. It helps with creating a very large image that we can use wherever. So what I'm going to do, I have this. I'm going to duplicate it, move that down. Actually, that was pointless. I could have left it where it was. Now I have this. I'm going to transform that, rotate it another 90 degrees. And then we're going to play around with masks. And you can't see what I'm doing. Let's reveal again that I'm using a not activated copy of Windows. So I have my mask here. I'm going to put it on gradient. So let's do it like this. So what I'm doing is making it look like I have a whole complete thing, a nice continuous watercolor image that doesn't actually exist. But you know, it looks pretty passable the way that this is, and then I can use this for any subsequent map if I decide to change sizes. Maybe if I want to make a whole centerfold so that, like, on this page of my Italy photo book, the background image is an AI processed image, but it's stretched to be on both of the pages. So I can also do that with a map. I could have a map that takes up 2 pages. I don't know if I'm going to do that. That could be a possibility for this photo book. So now we have it like this. From here, I can also change the colors. In my previous watercolor maps, I've made it so that the colors are a bit easier to use. So I'm going to add in a what is this called actually? Adjustment layer. Hue and saturation. So we can. This is a cheating thing with the watercolor. I use a dark color to be able to really get all the texture of the watercolor. If you use a light color, it's not going to show up as much. But with this hue adjustment layer, I can do things like this where I can actually change the color on the fly of the thing. So I think that for land, this looks like a good color for the land. So I'm going to save this. Land, not use, let's say active. So now what we can do is actually doing the watercoloring part, or the masking part. And I'm going to do this a bunch of times to be able to build up all the different layers that will get put together to make the whole layer stack. So if I come here, we're going to put this land in here, and we are going to put well, first we need to process the land. I will switch back to being the full camera. I read the blog post on how Stammen does their watercolor processing. It's a pretty cool, just computational method. You just do a Gaussian, you put a Gaussian blur on the layer that you want to apply this to. You have a couple pixels of the distance that you will blur. So when you do a Gaussian blur, you have a radius of pixels around what you're processing. So each pixel gets processed like this. And then what you can do is then add on some noise and add those two together. Whatever is at, let's say, a value of 1 for full white and 0 for black, with the noise, you get a it makes it look like you've hand painted this. The edges become very unclear, and the noise with the Gaussian blur really create that neat like hand-painted watercolor effect. So that if you've ever read the Stammen watercolor process, it's a really cool read. I highly suggest it. So in Photoshop, let me come back to sharing my screen. We're going to come to filter and then blur. We're going to apply a Gaussian blur. 13.9 pixels is too much. Probably do about 5, maybe 6. This is printed material. It's probably going to be printed 300 to 600, so 6 pixels. It doesn't look like much at the zoomed out value, but it will actually show up. It will have an effect. So I'm going to do that. Then I'm going to create another layer. I'm going to go to filter and then render and then clouds. I have a not totally white color here. When you render the color, it needs to be full black and white. I should actually change the mode of this document to be full black and white, but not right now. Gaussian blur, nope, that's not what I want. Filter, render, clouds, re-render that full black and white. Then you can't see my layers. Here under the layers, we can go to overlay, and adds just a little bit of noise. Here it's probably imperceptible, but let's zoom in down here in the harbor. You can see it's there's just a little bit here. Or was it hard light? Let's see. Hard light, no. Vivid light. Linear light, no. Thin light. We're going to go with vivid light. That appears to have given us more of a of the effect that we want. And now, come over here. We bring our land raw, put that on top. Oops. Not land raw. First, we're going to take these two layers. We will merge these two layers so now they are visually the same. Now let's bring in our land active within our current document, not as a new one. There we go. Ensure that we have this. As part of my processing last year, I actually did this processing in the Python image library, and I had some automations to rotate this source watercolor image randomly, so it could turn any right angle, so 90, 180, 270, or 0 degrees. And that just helped with randomness from map to map on just making it look nice. So now we have this. If I go ahead and I use the masking tool, which I keep losing because the new version of Photoshop has changed the location of it, create clipping mask. It doesn't do exactly what I want it to do. I'm going to release that clipping mask. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to have layer 1 selected. Then under select color range, we're going to do black, a little bit of fuzziness. Oh, it's not doing what I expect it to do. Come here, let's do that again. Select color range, black. I have a little bit of fuzziness on there. Then invert that selection. Nope, wrong invert. Control Shift invert the selection. Then we're going to apply that mask there. Let's turn on that. Turn that off. And now we have our first layer. This is going to be acting as the ground land layer. And yeah, we have some nice irregular edges that we can use as the to make it look hand painted. So we're gonna save this. We'll have that as land, save. And then we just need to do this process for however many different layers that we have. So that one's done. Let's choose another one, the next layer up. Let's go with water. I've tried some things like making an image that looks like this, where I've put some little like waves or, you know, elementary school birds in there. Uh, let's see how that turns out. This probably won't get used in the final version, but it is. It could be neat. So again, we're going to crop this to the maximum extent of the watercolor. Done. Let's save this. I'm happy with the color, so I'm just going to keep this as is. Save as Photoshop. Water raw. We're going to close that. New file. 8192 square. Let's bring an R. Water raw. I'm going to rotate that. I want the waves to kind of look like the same direction for this one because, you know, it's waves. So let's do negative 90 actually, so that the weird things that I've drawn in there have the peaks up where, you know, waves peaks would be. When you think of water, let's increase the size. And then this one, we're going to do the same thing. Copy that. By the way, if you don't know, in Photoshop, you can click Control J to duplicate a layer. I'm going to move myself just up a little bit. So you can see that there's a person here, it's not just talking Photoshop. We have our mask on here now. Now we can make this sort of blended. I always do it in the wrong direction, so what I don't want to be covered is covered. I'm going to hold Shift, make sure that my drawing this line is straight up and down, or if I grab it and pull it over, it is then 90 degrees. Or nice 15-degree increments. So like this, we have a nice wide. We have a nice wide roll off. Something that we need to look at. If you look on here about where my cursor is, can you see my cursor? Yes, you can. There's a kind of hard line, so we need to keep part of this underneath there so that we don't see that line, and then there's this line also down here. We need to move this up, and then if we do it like that, that looks like a single. Why does that keep happening? It looks like a complete a completely solid image. Like it's not two of the same exact images just brought together. So then I can save this. Water, active, that's saved. Now we come back to our water mask. Turn that lock off. Filter, Gaussian blur. If you use the previous filters that you've used when they're up here, it's going to apply these same exact settings. I'm going to do the same exact pixel or 6 pixel radius again this time, and then I need to create the render the clouds. Let's do clouds. I did a vivid light overlay. Let's zoom in so you can see that. Look how beautiful that is in terms of like having a hand painted look. A lot of the small ones are now a little less clear, but that's also going to happen if you were to actually paint this with hand painting. I'm happy with the way that this mask looks. I'm going to then merge these two. And now let's bring in the water active. Scale this up. Do we have it all? Yes, we do. Turn off the water. We're going to come here, select color range. Most of the image is going to be selected. Invert the selection. In Photoshop, inverting selection keystroke is Control-Shift-I. Then we come up to the watercolor water layer. We hit the mask button, and now our water is now just water. So let's save this as entire Tokyo visit extent. We have the land, now we have the water. And then if we wanted to, as an example, we can actually see a preview of how these two things are going to go together. So let me put in the land again. And like in GIS, where you have the ordering of your layers in the table of contents, I'm going to put the water just on top of that. And look, it's going together. Now, I will admit, it does look like digital art. It's definitely like that because, well, I'm not hand painting this. It's not going to have all those little details. Maybe someday I will go through the full process that Stamen has, because they also do things like taking the edges and then also applying some shadows so that the unevenness of how you apply the watercolor gets applied there, which maybe we could actually do. So if I'm just speaking out loud about this, which actually let's do something else. Let's get rid of these two things. I need to not save this document because I just screwed it up. Actually, let's go ahead and do that. Let's save this as layer view example. I'm going to add on the land. So in the Stamen blog, they explain how they do it. Oh, no, that's not what we want. I think when I did that, I just screwed it up. Uh-oh. Oh, no, it's because... Nope, I need to stop doing this. Fit on screen, remove this, now add the land. And it should take up the full extent. There we go. Now we move the land to the bottom. If you read the Stamen watercolor, what they do is they blog, they have, from the edges, they apply a sort of shadow in order to represent the unevenness. And in Photoshop, there is the stroke tool, which we might be able to use to get away with that. Maybe the outer glow, maybe the inner glow. Let's try inner glow. We're going to use the gradient. If I change this to black over here, will that change the gradient? No, it won't. So if I do this, black, this, also to black. Let's see how that looks. Preview is on. I don't see it doing much. So inner glow is not the one. Let's try stroke. Position on the inside. Fill type gradient. No. I would need to work on that a bit more. It's I think for now that would be a very difficult thing to accomplish. But we're 3 hours into this stream. So let's just finish this up. So I saved this layer view example. Let's get through the rest of the layers. Next, on top of the land, I usually like to do some of the different types of land use. So let's go with industrial. Let's take this weird looking orange one with the crosses in it. Crop it down. Usable size. Save. Oh. Now we create the new layer, 8192. I'm going to bring in the industrial raw. We also don't have to do it so that it's rotated by 90 degrees. I can also just do it at the full size like this. Control J to duplicate. Move this over. I can also rotate that. No, actually I want most of the X's to be, or the slashes to be in the same direction, so I'm going to keep it as is. I'm going to apply a mask button, bring in a gradient, do it like that. That looks pretty good. File, save as industrial. There's also a lot of industrial areas in Tokyo. It's a very big city. I don't know if you ever watch YouTube videos of people walking across Tokyo. It's kind of insane because it's so big. They spend the entire day doing it, but they get a lot of content out of it. I like to watch the ones from abroad in Japan or Premiere 2. He's been doing a lot of walks, I guess, to get into better shape, and that's pretty good watch. So I brought in the industrial. I'm going to turn off the lock for the background, filter, Gaussian blur, add a new layer, filter, clouds, vivid light on the industrial, merge those together. Also in my video last year, I had these brought together, or I had them as a Photoshop automation. However, Photoshop automation is really difficult. It's annoying. It's only graphical. If I could express it as Python, actually, something I am working on is watercoloring the entire world. Just takes a lot of compute power, and I just don't want to spend my personal power budget on it, so not working too quickly on it. But I have all of the different steps for it done. So doing all these things, I actually have it all automated, but on much more like Raspberry Pi memory scale views. Just need to actually get it started and having things plugged in and all the storage that's needed to be able to create tiles for the entire world, which is a lot. You might have realized also a few minutes ago that, as I said, like 5 to 10 pixels on the edges need to be removed when we were talking about the exports in ArcGIS Pro. I guess that's more than a few minutes ago now. The edges will do things like this, where the Gaussian blur screws it up. So let's go to fit on screen. Let's bring in our industrial watercolor active. Oh, you know what we never did with that? I want to reuse these things, so I need to fix this now. I'm going to open this document. We need to change the colors because I don't like this color for industrial. So I have an adjustment layer, hue and saturation. I want this to be more of a gray color, so I'm just going to reduce the saturation. Reduce the saturation all the way down. However, that doesn't look as good. If I zoom in here, do we get a lot? No. So we can add another adjustment layer. There's contrast somewhere in here, brightness contrast. I'm going to increase the contrast. Hopefully that will help. Okay. This is a little better. It's still not as nice as I would like it to be, but the stream is also now 3 hours, so let's get these things done. I don't have any other tools like in Lightroom. In Lightroom, there's a tool to bring out more texture. I don't want to send this through Lightroom right now, so I'm just going to save that. This is just how we're going to have to deal with it for now. Close that. Let's bring that industrial active back into here. Let's make it take up the entire page. Turn it off. Come here, select color range. Control-Shift-I to invert my color selection. Now we're going to add a mask to the industrial active. And now we have the industrial done. And save as industrial PSD. Yeah, great. Another one down. What's next? Let's do parks. I like this green one. I might actually just use this green one as is, although it's kind of a dark green, which I might want to use for the trees. Which, now thinking about it, I should actually make another watercolor page like I've shown off several times before. So on these sorts of pages that you see on the Photoshop screen, but basically just take the brush and make tiny little dots, and then I could use that for the to depict like trees. But for now, just to show you all the process, let's do this. We're gonna reduce this down to here and here. I could actually move this one over. Over here where my cursor is, there's a little bit of white. I try to remove that, but it can also go away with how I'm doing the gradients to make the active layer. But it can also add a little bit of character, like, ooh, the person doing the watercolor missed a spot. Save this as tree raw. We're using underscores, not dashes. Save that as a Photoshop document. Close it. New. Let's get our trees. Actually, should be named forest, but that's fine. Bring that in here. We're going to Control J to duplicate, move this over. Let's add a mask. Do the gradient. Yep, that looks fine. Did I say we were doing parks or trees? Well, now we're doing trees instead of the parks. Oops. It is 11 p.m., so I'm a little tired. The advantages of being in Europe and also trying to stream to people in the US where it is 6 hours early. So let's just correct this now, say forest, and then active. Close that. We'll bring in our forest mask. Turn that off. Gaussian blur. Add a layer. Clouds. Vivid light. Merge. Scale that up. Turn that off again. Select the color range. Invert the color range. Apply the mask. There we go. There we have our forested areas. I'm going to save that as forest. Now we'll do the parks. We're going to use a lighter green, so we'll just go ahead and use this in between light green, because I want grass also to be an even lighter green. So again, we'll go like this, reduce this down to most of the used area. Park, raw, wrong file type, save as park, raw, PSD, bring the park in, let's not have a weird changing of the ratios. I hate it when graphics have the wrong ratio. It just doesn't look right. Don't do it. Always resize with the same correct proportions. Let's duplicate this. Move this over. I want this one to be a little bit of a different sort of thing, so I'm going to rotate this 180. It doesn't seem like it does much, but it breaks up kind of the I have a little bit of a bias when I'm doing the watercolor painting where if you can tell there's like little arcs. It's not straight back and forth. So it will even out over the entire image if I do it like that and rotate it. There we go. Now we have our park watercolor. There's a lot of monotony in this, and it's probably why I haven't made my 2024 version of my wildlife photo book yet. So usually I try to make it around December and then get it sent to my family around that time, but I haven't done it yet, and it's already August, so there might not be a 2024 version, which is kind of sad, but I have at least made 5 years in a row, 6 years in a row, yeah, 6 years. Let's bring in our park. There's lots of park. This might not go into the final map, but that's also fine. Building this up in this way where it's doing layer by layer individually, I can also turn things off later if I don't like them. So Gaussian blur on that layer, add a new layer, clouds, vivid light, merge. Let's bring in our park. Turn off the watercolor. Select, and something I've thought of on the last one, which I want to implement now, select color range. There's actually an invert button there, so I can save myself the keystroke of pressing Control-Shift-I to invert it, and I can just go ahead and select everything that is not black. Add the mask there. We have our parks. So save as, Photoshop document. There we go. For just a sanity check, let's check on our building. So what have we created since then that we want to build this up? So I like to have industrial just above the water, because everybody loves healthy drinking water. Then let's put the park above that, because that's more of a designation rather than the actual land use. So also within parks you can have grassland and forest. Then let's add in the forest. Oh, that is looking like a very active place. Let me know in the chat if you think this looks quite nicely watercolored. I hope so. I'm quite happy with the results so far. But yeah, that's a nice sanity check that we're going in the right direction for this sort of thing. Saving this document again, so then going to close it. Ha! Okay. Well, we're not going to save it. We'll do a trick afterwards to be able to work with this. And I actually need to show you another GIS trick with this that I forgot to show you. Which involves bringing these images back into GIS so that we can put the image layer on top of it. Let's do grass next. So I'm going to take this lightest green, move this in here, crop it to the visual extent of the painting. There's a bunch of white space in here, but that's fine. Adds a little bit of character. Save as Photoshop document. Grass raw. New. Let's bring in our grass raw. I hope I've been speaking loud enough for this entire live stream. This is the first time I'm doing this. I'm not a very talkative person, so um, I hope you can hear me. I know there was that section after coming back from break where I forgot to turn the microphone back on. I hope to do this again. I actually quite like this. This is kind of fun, getting to show doing some mapping. Being a systems admin for GIS and other data sort of things, I don't get to make maps as much anymore, which is kind of disappointing, but it's life. My job is also not strictly GIS, so comes with the territory. Grassy areas, blur. Again, if you're just joining us, I see there's another new viewer. I do a Gaussian blur. This is copying the Stammen method for how they do things. Do a Gaussian blur to blur and then mix it with adding in some difference clouds in Photoshop, which is just a sort of noise. And then overlaying that on top. Merge these two. I need to take a break just after we finish this layer, and then I'll be back and we will finish. Merge layers. Grass active coming on top of here. Turn off that we just brought in. Select. Is invert still checked? Yes, it is. Automatically apply the mask. Turn that off. It's hard to see because it's very bright, but you know, the grass is there. Save it as that. I need to take a break. I'll be back in 3 to 5 minutes, and hopefully I will remember to turn on the microphone again. So please stay tuned. I'm back. To be honest with you, I don't speak this much in real life, and before then, I was kind of feeling like a little hyperventilated because I just don't talk this much. I don't do this. I can also feel my voice being a little raspy, so I don't know if I'm going to be doing this live streaming thing again. Should just go back to making fully produced videos. Now we're going to go to my favorites, transportation. So for transportation, let's use this purpley color. Turn that one off. Again, we're still just working on getting the watercolors done. Cropping that. And let's say this one is Rail Raw. Need to save it as a correct file format. Photoshop. Close that down. Create the next active one. I'm just calling it active because I couldn't think of a better word. There might be a better word out there. I need to get a thesaurus. And let's try rotating this one as well. Oh, that'll be good. Because all of the strokes are still in the same sort of direction. Take the gradient, let's apply the mask there. Merge everything together. Now, do I like the color? I do like the color. In my previous ones, I had made the trains a bit of a purple color, more of a grayish purple. When I actually had some heather, so this is the National Park Veluwezome here in the Netherlands, and I heard that the heather is blooming there, so there's large swaths of the park that are heather, and so I made that purple. This time, I don't think there's going to be a lot of heather. I'm not going to depict that on the maps for Japan, so we will go with this. I'll keep this as the color for the railways. So let's say rail active. And you know what? I just thought I'm going to open that again. I'm going to save this as light rail active. I'm just going to lighten it up a little bit. So again, I'm going to add the hue and saturation so that I can adjust the colors of this. I'm going to bring that down a little bit, maybe lighten it up a little bit, so that you can tell apart the rail from the light rail. If I bring up again my Rotterdam map, you can't tell what the difference is between this metro underneath here or the tram lines, which actually in this case I wouldn't be able to do that either. you can only tell based on the width. Maybe I'll give it a bit of a hue shift. No. I'm going to keep that at the same that it was. I'm going to save that. So now we have two different ones. Let's bring in rail. Turn that off. Again, filter, Gaussian blur. Filter, clouds. If you're just joining, again, this makes it so that there's the combination of the Gaussian blur and the noise makes it so that there's more of a hand-drawn styling to this. That's how Stammen achieved their hand-drawn look for their maps. It's a great hack. You don't have to use AI to do it. You just get to use normal classical computing. So we have rail active. Yeah, rail active. Bring that on top of there. Oops. Let's merge these two first. Put the rail active on top. Size it so it covers the entire thing. Let's give this one actually a rotation. Turn it off. Select our color range for the black background. We have it inverted already with the color select tools. We press the mask button to automatically apply that as a mask to the watercolor. And there we have it. We have the rails. Now I can click Save As. Rail as a Photoshop document. Done. Only two more layers to go. Now we're going to do light rail. I've already made the light rail one, so I can just bring in the light rail PNG, turn off the lock, filter, Gaussian blur, add a layer, clouds. I've turned on audio, right? Yes, okay. We have the vivid light. Now let's merge these two together. Add in the light rail active. I'm going to size that up. Select the color range. Apply that as a mask. Turn that off. Turn that on. Now we have our light rail. One more to go. And that is going to be the primary roads. We're not doing other roads because we're so far zoomed out. We have a lot of Tokyo that we're covering, so it's just going to be as it is. Let's use this one for the roads. As always, cropping this down to the maximum painted extent. Oops. Again, gotta save it as a Photoshop document for best results. Close that. New. in, size it up. Duplicate with a Control J. Accidentally hit something else, get confused. Then put a mask on there. Make it great friends with the other side. Road active. And finally, let's bring in our primary roads. Turn that locking mechanism off. Blur. Add a layer. Clouds. Vivid light. Merge the two layers. Now add the road active. Select color range with the invert on. Apply the mask to the roads, turn that back on. There we have it, all of our roads. So we have all of our different layers. As you might have noticed before when I was trying to do it, or trying to give us a little bit of a sanity check, the different layers were too much storage space for what I have available, which could be alarming. How much? I have 28 gigabytes, that's fine. So one thing that I can do, if you've never used it before, there's a pretty cool tool called Image Magic. It is super helpful. So let's select the correct one. I'm going to get the layer view example out of there. And then I'm going to use Image Magic to do something. So for command line tools, I like to have them in a command line folder on my C drive so they're easy to access. I could just install it like a normal person, but I'm not a normal person. There's a Mogrify tool which will batch process things. I've not actually done it for Photoshop documents, so we'll see what happens. Also, did you know that you could put in commands in the File Explorer? It's actually pretty cool. So format, so determining the output format, I'm going to say PNG, and then star.psd as my input files. So what this command is going to do, in this folder that I'm typing into the address bar, it's going to run a command prompt, and it's going to run the Mogrify command. In the Mogrify command, I'm saying the output format, the dash format PNG, that's going to specify that you want to have PNGs as the output, and then the star.psd is saying all of the Photoshop documents within that folder. So here's the command prompt starting up. I hope this works. I've done this with other file formats, I just haven't done it with PSD. I think that it can read PSD. Oh, it's doing this thing, where it has all the different layers as different files. Because it will go through a Photoshop document, and then each of the different layers within the Photoshop document get rendered as different output images. So for this forest one, there's the layer 0, which is actually the full thing rendered together. And then if we look at forest 1, it's the Gaussian blurred and noised layer. And then the layer 2 is actually, again, the watercolor layer, but because it has the mask on it, it renders like this again. So we're going to see that for all of these. While this converts, what I've done here is something pretty simple. I could just take all of these layers. If you go back in the live stream, I was, as a sanity check, putting the different layers together in Photoshop. Well, that's okay. It's a way of doing it. But we're doing GIS. We want to be able to bring things back into GIS. And something I forgot to do earlier, which I will do now, when we go to export one of these things, I haven't changed the extent of this document. So in the export options, there is an option to write a world file. So on here, I'm going to check that, and just because I've already done everything else, I'm going to name this world file. So it's an extra mask. That's going to be the land mask again, but that doesn't matter. No, I don't want to save a preset. I just want to export. The world file, like if you have a geotiff, the geotiff has the coordinates of your image embedded into the image, but there's also the sidecar world file that will give you the georeferencing information to put it back onto the Earth. So you don't have to go in and like apply georeferencing to every single image. You can use a world file to apply it to all of those other images that we've created, and then bring everything back into GIS, and it'll be in the correct spot. So Mogrify is still doing this, but ArcGIS Pro has finished with exporting the world file. So let's come into Jupyter, and we're going to do, we're going to apply this to everything. So I know for all of my images that I've just created, that -0.png is going to be the one that I want. So what I can do, this is my Jupyter notebook. This is the one that's running in Linux. When I first started the stream, I was going over how all of this works. This stream has been going on for 3.75 hours. I have two different notebooks running. I have this one, which is running on Windows Subsystems for Linux, and then I had another one using the Jupyter notebooks that are integrated with ArcGIS Pro. So I can do another one of these. I'm going to create a new notebook, rename this to be Apply World File. I'm going to import the same things because it's really helpful. I love the pathlib. If you don't know about pathlib, it is an excellent Python library. So what I can do, where am I? Currently I'm in the GIS folder. Is that where all of my images are? My images are currently in this folder. So I need to move this. So I need to save, close. I'm going to move this up one level, and then apply world file. Let's put this into the ArcGIS Pro folder. Open this back up. pathlib, we are going to say p is equal to pathlib dot path, just where we are. And then we can create a list of PNGs that we want. p.arglob star dash 0.png. This is probably something silly that I do. I'm not used to working with generators, so this is probably a bad Python practice. I need to catch up on this, but this is just the way that I do it. For generators right now, I turn them into a list. If I have a very big data set, it probably would be better for me to actually use a generator in that case, because it's important for managing your system, but I just never have that use situation, so I've never gotten out of the use of just turning these things into lists. For me, it's easier to work with. So I can say, let's do a sanity check to see that we have the images that we expect we are going to have. Oh, did I not? I didn't import pathlib. Okay, so this is exactly what I expect to have. Then for the world file, it's going to be P. Now this is, if you use Linux or POSIX systems, you're probably used to having the slash as the separator between levels of your file system. So with the dunder methods within Python, I think this is great use of the division dunder method. You annotate it as a division, but you can do a path, the slash to be a division, but that division is actually going to be the path separator. And then I can do entire Tokyo visit world file.pgw. Now I can print this out to show you that I have that as my world file as a path. It is local to this current folder that I'm working in. But another amazing thing with pathlib, I can look at, like, oh, is this thing a file? Is this thing a folder? It is. I love pathlib for what it is. It's awesome. So now what can I do? Well, I can say for PNG and PNGs, I want to copy that world file to match the current PNG that I'm going to be working on. So for PNG, actually, I'm going to need to import another package. I might be able to do in pathlib. Can I do? Nope. Okay, I do need another package. I'm going to import shellutil or shuttle. And then what I can say is shu.copy2 world file is going to be the source, and then the output is going to be the png.stem, except we want to turn this into a string, so f, then put that in brackets so it'll fill in correctly, and then the world file. I could do two things. I could just write in pgw, or I could be pedantic and say world file dot oh, what is it? It's like file type or something. Suffix. No. End the string, close off that bracket, and yeah, then we can do that. It copies it to the same place. Now we can see all of our files that we've just created. They now have double dots in them. I could program in something to fix that, but it might just be faster in this case to just delete those dots. Okay, so image magic is finished. I'm going to remove this dot. I can just select all of the world files, actually, the .pgws, which are the georeferencing information. I'm just going to delete all these, except for the world file one. Delete all of those. Let's rerun this one to get all of the PNGs again. And then let's rerun the copy. We have PGWs again. They match the same name as the PNGs. If we look in the PGW file, you can see it's just coordinates. There's nothing with names that are actually embedded in there. So I could come into Photoshop and I could say, let's bring the lowest level, which is land. Then I could layer on top of that the water PNG. And then I can put on top of that the next one, which I think was industrial. Industrial is kind of hard to see here. It might not make it. Then there's park. Then we're going to do tree or forest. Grass. Which is actually quite hard to see. So I'm going to make some corrections to these things before I actually publish this, but this stream will just be to get the picture of how this whole process works. Then adding on the different transportation layers. I'm going to put light rail on the bottom. Regular rail on top of that. And I didn't put it in the correct order, but we also have layers in Photoshop, just like we do in GIS. So bring this in here. I actually prefer rails over the roads, so I can move that down. I can also rearrange these things however I want. But yeah, this is a watercolor map of Tokyo, but there's not really the GIS information in there. I can't move this around in GIS, but since I added those world files, I don't have to do it like this. I can come back in here to ArcGIS or into QGIS, and I would be able to import these things. So I'm going to create a new map. Let's grab all of our -0 files. Bring those in here. Oh, we're going to build a bunch of pyramids, so... Oh, that's also going to take a little bit longer. And then... Yeah, then this is basically going to be the end of the stream. I'm going to show you how this, like, the benefits of bringing these back into ArcGIS, because I can then put the photos layer, so... Oh, why didn't that work? Oh, they just don't have coordinates. The coordinate system didn't come over. UTM 54 north. Let's see. Yes. Okay. And of course, with ArcGIS, the way that the statistics run on everything, it's the first time you always bring in an image, it looks terrible. So I'm going to remove all of these. And let's do that again. Oh, okay. We need to change the stretch types. Perhaps that is better. Actually, the land is probably the easiest. Yes, there we go. Let's change all of these to be minimum, maximum. And there we go. It's in GIS. It is georeferenced to the world. We also have these layers. This didn't bring it in the order that I wanted, so as I just did in Photoshop, I can bring water down. Land goes under the water. Then there's industrial, park, rail, primary, light rail, grass, and forests. So this doesn't look great. I do recognize that. This is in the right way that this needs to go. What has happened here is that the Gaussian blur might be a bit too much, might be a little bit too little, and then the noise might be a little bit too strong. I need to adjust these, but this is basically all of the steps. We now have the watercolor renderings back in GIS, so I can bring in these points, and then I can start stylizing on top of here. All the different things that need to be on here. Earlier in the stream, I was also working on another thing with a label, and again, this can be the same exact thing with the annotations. So I I had a label for Tokyo where it has Tokyo in kanji, then the hiragana, and then the name in English and Italian, and then in Dutch, which is how I want to approach these sorts of things. Again, I can take the same sort of approach here. Actually, let me reopen that. Let's save this as PNG. Export this as a PNG, which is export as. I can have transparency here. This makes it a little bit easier when it comes to doing the masking. So watch this. GIS annotation Tokyo.png. We're going to open this in a new one. Then we're going to decide on a watercolor page. So just for now, I'm just going to grab one of these, bring it in. Let's rotate it so it matches the form. Have the watercolor in here. Then I can apply here the Gaussian blur. I can create a new layer for the clouds. I can apply that as a vivid light. However, in this case, for the we need to redo this because I need to make the mask to be white. So let's remove both of these. Delete layer. Delete layer. Bring in the mask full size, invert the colors. So now it's white. That is important. Gaussian blur. Create the clouds. Vivid light. That is not working the same way that I was expecting it to. Let's clear the smart filters. Let's get rid of that. From here, let's rasterize layer. I think that's what's getting in the way. Because right now it's a smart object because I re-imported it. Rasterize layer. Invert it. Gaussian blur. We're going to do this. Oh, it's because there's not a black background behind it. So let's create another new layer. Fill this. There. Now that has the irregular edges like we want. Now I'm not sure what's going to happen here if I merge these two layers. Nope, that's what I was afraid of. So it doesn't make it easier. but it's the same exact process. So we are going to select all these, merge layers, bring this below here. We're going to select color range, then apply that as a mask up here. And there we have it. We can have an annotation that looks exactly like the rest of the styling with the other watercolor parts with the geographic data. So I could bring this into ArcGIS Pro or QGIS. I could then georeference this, and I could put this into the map as it is in GIS, or I could add this to Photoshop. So I can take all of this and put it on top of this map as well. So yeah, that's the basis of the whole process. Thank you for watching. I hope this helps you with maybe your GIS or cartography. I also know that for some people they might wonder, oh, why do all these things take as much time as they do? GIS takes a long time. It takes a couple hours to get some basic things done. I would definitely suggest learning like Python to help you automate some of these processes. I mentioned in the middle of the stream that I do have some of these processes automated, but you know, compute power and everything, just that's a lot of work. It's a lot of computing that needs to get done in order to build up maybe an entire globe of this sort of watercolor style. And then you also got to tweak things. If you read the Stammen watercolor blog, they mentioned that they had to do a lot of trial and error. It's great that they published the blog, so you can also adapt it for yourself. Oh, okay, good. We're on the wrong screen, so you don't see the Steam notifications. I did this stream because I need points for my GISP renewal. I don't know if I'm going to do this again. This was a lot of talking, as I mentioned before. I don't talk this much, but anyways, thank you for watching. And let me know if you want to watch another one of these live streams, or if you prefer the shorter 10 to 20 to 45 minute videos that I've made before. And hope you have a good night or good afternoon. Thanks for watching.